Uh, uh, mhm, 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 mhm. Setting up 1 second. Getting an error message. 1 second. Why am I getting a freaking error message? What? This is stupid. Why? Oh, why? Why? Oh, why? Stupid, stupid game. Ah! Why, oh, why does it like to hate on me? Hello, good day. Hello, good day. I don't know if anyone's here yet, so I'm just gonna get right into the decks and play what I want to. You know, it's fun like that. So we have a couple leagues we haven't looked at in the past few days. There's a store champion. A lot of games always has interesting stuff. So I wanted to show you what happened yesterday at the RCQ, and we'll probably be playing that deck today. So normal league, we have Boros Dragons. We got Demir Bounce. Is it? It's always Flash. Yo, what up, Buff? You're actually the first one today. How's it going, buddy? Like nothing special here. What is this bounce list? Get out, Grim Bubble, Boomerang, Kaido, Isolation. Okay. Beer Bid Rage, Monogreen Landfall. Is it bad that I want TMNT to come out sooner because now the format has no, like there's zero innovation going on? Let's see. What's the challenge? One by Boros Dragons. Lesnia Landfall. Excruciator. That's funny that Boros Dragons beat Excruciator, let's be honest. I guess we could try Boros Dragons today. I don't know. Anything new? Like nothing new. Store Championship, won by Bant Airbending. Well, we haven't played that deck yet, so I guess we can play that deck eventually. Standard challenge. Excruciator beat Excruciator in the finals. Look at that. How about the Daily Club? You want to see some innovation? Are you ready for it? Are you ready for the innovation? So this one, the Alaria Games. Games is known as a pretty big shop. It has a lot of pros that come out of that shop. And it was won by Mono Black Demons. Make elves work in standard? Maybe. We can try it. Problem is just like not good enough when Badger exists, right? And you don't want to cut at your elves to play Badger, but you should be playing Badger. You know, it's really dumb. But yeah, Mono Black Demons took down Alaria Games RCQ, which is amazing. They beat Lessons, they beat Tempo, they beat Rakdos Monument. Like, it's sweet. But we'll be playing this list today. It is pretty much only doing the Stoppable Slasher and Bloodletter combo, but it throws in Deceit and then a ton of removal. And mainboard Duress. Just like, I'm going to get you one way or the other. I'm going to combo you with 2 cards, or I'm just going to grind you out. Looks kind of fun. There's a guy playing Shrines at your LGS. Sick. Proud of him. What is this Jeskai control? Playing Shiko, I don't care. Ban Airbending, playing Webwatch. One Ceremony, interesting. Under the Skin, interesting. Boros Dragons, maybe we can give Boros Dragons a shot today. Anyways. Arena, please open again. I updated my graphics driver right before stream, and it just like gave me error messages everywhere. I might have to restart stream, which is really dumb. We'll see. 1 second. Twilight Diviner is a fun interaction? Oh, because when it dies, it comes back? That'd be really funny. What the hell? Why are you in window mode, you... Why are you in window mode? Get this Boros Dragons in here for fun. And then also, Buff, where is your list for Heteromost Burn? We're gonna do we'll play 3 decks today, maybe 4. And then I think tomorrow I'm gonna take tomorrow off. I know I didn't stream yesterday, but I wanted to get the booster box opening, and I'm gonna give you a preview. I'm gonna give you a preview. One, I think my thumbnail looks funny as shit. This is a thumbnail I made. Here's your preview. What do you think? What do you think? And then, yeah, here you go. This is how it looks. So I put up every single card that I pulled with the big hitters, and then I have an updating numerical price total that goes like this. If it's a card hit. So like if I open Idaru, you see the number changes. Isn't that cool? It took me all of yesterday to do this. It took me way too long. But if you guys want more, you can consider, like subscribing. Anyways. Where's that catch-up burn list? Oh, and you also posted Mardu weapons? Oh. How's this? Oh, I need to turn off Dark Reader every time I make a thumbnail because I can't see, like it changes the font, so I always have to turn off. Appa United Battlefront. This chaos. The hell is this? Sacrifice another creature or artifact, draw a card, activate only sorcery. This card your hand, transform it. You may cast a creature spell from your graveyard this turn. If you do, it enters battlefield fight. Okay. Interesting. Links don't work in YouTube. No, they're blocked. Sorry, bud. That's why we have the Discord. Well, this list looks kind of interesting, but Fanatical Offering? Where's this list from? I guess it's Mardu. Okay. Export. Copy to empty arena. We don't have everything? Copy to arena. What do I not have? There's a rare I don't have? Oh, it's a stupid journal. Oh. Wanted to put it right there. Aha! Alright, maybe we play Mardu Weapons today. And then you have Ketramos Burn updates. Goodbye, friend. Served me well. Export. Copy. Play. Copy for arena. Alright, what are your updates? Oh, it's just Daydreamer, right? And main board intimidation tactics. Interesting choice. And then one pit of offering? Yeah, you're now a believer, aren't you? What else? Ghost Vacuum, Exercise, Cruel Call, Pyro, The End. You put Rise in the sideboard? Why? That was the fun card. What's wrong with you? Explain. Explain. How's this not how you doing today? Welcome back to the stream, like always. I mean, yeah, there's Blood Crypt. I kind of want to. Is this weird? Just like, I'm going to take all the shock lands. Take all the shock lands and then just like take off this fancy art. What? Temple Garden's fancy. Boundless Shrine, Steam Vents. What else is in here that I'm missing? Like that. Game 2 felt faster lately, so I put those in the side. No, fair enough. But you have 61 cards. 61 special? How do you get deck builder in this view? You see on the top right, it says change where my head is. Literally this button right here, change deck layout. Changes it. Just like that. Ta-da! Ta-da! Oh, and channel, please. Subscribe for that. 61 special is interesting. YOLO. All right, I want to play. God, these are all bangers. These are all bangers. Yeah, you're welcome, Liz. How many lands do we have? 27? Did you? How did I get an extra land? 1 swamp, 1 plains, 2 quarry mountain, 3 verge. Three Godless Shrine, 2 Restless Fortress, 1 Shadowy Backstreet, 2 Blaze Mile Verge, Blood Crypt, 1 Elegant Parlor, 3. Oh, there it is. At 4. That's weird. It added an extra land, but whatever. 2 life. All right, let's go back to our boys here and fix. Let's just play the new arts today. And then these blood crypts can go away. There we go. There we go. Ketramos burn, my friends. Wanted best of 3, right? We do best of 3. So it's okay to be lazy. I could just be lazy for an introduction because I don't have to record it later. Right. So Unkindness crew, good friends of the channel, we are back with Ketramos Burn. We miss Ketramos. We cut down on one, but he's Menace, Indestructible, Lifelink, can't attack or block unless there's 7 or more cards in exile. Why is there only 2? Unless there's 7 or more cards in exile. Why is there only 2? Isn't he like the card that just wins? You gotta explain your changes here. You went up another Legend of Rokiv. Legend just been that good? It's only form of card advantage. Putting Intimidation Tactics in the main is interesting as well. Alright. So compared to the last list, we went up 1 Legend of Roku. Exile top 3 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. And when he flips, he gets exiled, so it also triggers Sketchermos. And then we're playing with the new card Goliath Daydreamer. 4/4/4/4. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile that card with a dream counter on it instead of putting it into your graveyard as it resolves. Whenever this creature attacks, you may cast a spell from among the cards you own and exile with dream counters on them without paying its mana cost. So this is the new addition to the deck. It still has the main core cards with Seam Rip, Get Lost, Betrayal to exile graveyards, Cease and Desist because Artifact Enchantment with Synthesizer is still a thing, but also we can exile cards, draw a card, and gain 2 life. Torch to the Tower because it does 2 damage, but if it was bargained, it does 3 damage. Torch to the Tower does 2 damage, but if you bargain by sacrificing artifact or enchantment, it deals 3 damage to that permanent you scry 1, and then when the creature dies, they get exiled. Divination Tactics, exile an artifact or creature card from their opponent's hand, or cycle for 3. Get Lost, just one of the better white removals in this format, destroy target creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. 4 of Lightning Helix, because we're kind of a burn deck. 1 of Fun Outrageous Robbery, X, Black, Black. Target opponent exiles the top X card of their library face down. You may look at play those cards as long as they remain exiled. And then our Wrath, more Graveyard Hate with Flanker. Exile target player's graveyard, or gain 2 life and scry 2, or put 1/1 count. And we never do the third part, but it comes into play flashed. We have 4 board wipes today, 1 Day of Judgment, and 3 Deadly Cover-Up. But we can also collect evidence for 6, 2 Surgical Extraction out of someone's deck. Another upgrade that you got from Lorwyn is Blood Crypt, just a better way to upgrade our land base. And then from the Pro Tour itself, Pit of Offerings is fantastic. When it enters, exile to 3 target cards from graveyard, including your own. And then this taps for 1 mana of any of the exile cards' colors. In the sideboard, we just have a couple more Seam Rips, a Torch to the Tower, 1 Ghost Vacuum, because we can exile a target card from a graveyard, some Exercise to deal with artifact enchantment or creature power 4 greater, a Rest in Peace to kind of mix up our graveyard hate, more Heist, Cruel Color Heist. Opponent reveals their hand, you may choose a non-land card from an exile. If we gift a card, we can cast that card with any mana type to be spent cast on it. Pyroclasm to deal with Badger Moles. The End to deal with creature or planeswalker, say like their combo deck. The Rise of Sozin is now on the sideboard. I still love this card. What we're trying in the sideboard today: destroy all creatures, choose a card name, search target opponent's graveyard, hand, library, and remove that from the game. And 1 more robbery in case we're going against like a grindy control matchup. We can bring this in. That's less today. Unlike our last video, we're going to do best of 3 today to see how it kind of works in the post Lorwyn Pro Tour format. Turn 2 Evokers, yeah, that's sick. Well, let's see how it works today. Let's see if you get your wish. You get the. I'm gonna cover my hand. No, you get your wish today. Let's see what happens. I can't. So during the card opening stream, the music I was playing, even though it was video game DMCA free music, I still got a DMCA claim on it. Which means I have like 2 days to deal with it, or just delete it, or it becomes a strike. So that live stream is now gone. Sorry. But it was just kind of stupid. Whoa, can we not play games today because I'm too high in Mythic? If this queue is longer than a minute, I'm going to normal games. I hope that's okay. I've never had a queue this long. Am I rated too high again? Okay. Longest queue ever. We're playing against people. Not in Mythic, probably. Are you ready to lose some rank today? Get 1 rank higher for winning, 200 ranks lower for losing. I mean, if it does well, I always put it in a YouTube video if that's okay. Opponent gets to go first. We have early interaction into legend. Let's keep it. This would be really good against a badger. Show me badger. That's a village. So it's probably control, like Jeskai control, and this hand is not the best against control. Watergrave. Did not expect that. Let's Sacred Foundry tapped and pass. Just save our life total. I assume this is going to be a grind game. Stock up. So them playing an island probably means they're not the Excruciator deck. Yeah, our hand's just like playing garbage against this opponent. Because like we're not doing anything, and more than likely they're gonna Wrath if they're the mill deck. Legend of Roku. Legend of Kurok. At least we can kill that. Get out of here. Take my get lost. And we drew another torch. That seems really bad, but we can play Legend. The Legend of the Roke. Oh, that's a questionable milling. At least we can play Quarry Mountain. Demo field cracks immediately. No, my man land. Joke's on you, have many basics. So they have 3 mana up still. Do I just want an inevitable defeat on one of their maps just to get rid of it? We play Quarry Mountain for sure. And just like dome him for 3. I'm not doing anything else. And let's pass. 1 more mana, they could Wrath us here. And mill half of our deck. Another demo field off the top. You got me, sir. There's Legend. Unfortunately, I don't want to Wrath into this. So we just play this tapped and hope Avatar Roku lives. He's probably not going to. If he does, then we can make some dragons. Rapture. You got it. So they are the mill deck. And we have to like stop their artifact or we die, and there's no way we can do it in the main board, right? What we can do before we concede is mill our entire exile, our entire graveyard. Get out of here. Take Elegant Parlor. Make sure all the stuff is taken. I'm at 48. Looks like their Rapture. Did you only play a 1 of? No way. So Washington, 1 Unagi. And they don't have a single of the artifact. That's impressive. How many? Yeah, so they only have 3 win cons left, Unagi and Washington. This Essence Scouter can counter any of our big guys. Oh, there's a card we can cast. Until they cast 3 steps ahead. You got it. They throw away Shoot the Sheriff. There's a stock out. Oh, it's gonna get countered anyways, right? So let's throw it at their face. There's a defeat. That's good against Unagi. So we're gonna hold on that to it for a while. I was really hoping they tap for Unagi there. That would have been sick. So we can technically answer their entire board. We're just gonna mill out. We have one Goliath and two Ketramos left. But this looks like a pretty bad matchup. Quarry Mountain seems like a possibility, at least. And kick and consult again. Yeah. That's going to be a problem. Magna Kill. I love how we get the worst matchup right away. That's unfortunate. Deadly Cover-Up. You're not going to look at my deck. Cool. So we get some robberies here. Rise seems fine. I don't care about the end. Cruel Calls Heist seems fine. Intimidation Tactics is going to be okay. Don't need Torch. Don't need Betrayal. Kind of want to keep Seaman. I want to keep Seam Rips in case they do bring in the artifact. Seam Rip can also still hit Washington. I can also bring in like Exercise instead of like a Day of Judgment as well. I'm not worried about it. Decent Assist can also do the same thing as Seam Rips. I guess we can take those out. Bring in a Ghost Vacuum to eat their graveyard a little bit. Wish we had Duresses. Go first. His hand is onto it. Okay. Just throw that away. Play a Godless Shrine tapped. A flanker at least, so we have something to do on turn 3. Oh, we drew a Lightning Healing, so just pass. Flanker time. I think I want to... That's actually not bad. Let's keep that on top to deal with the Deadly Cover-Up. Combat for 3. Bit of Offering. Keep them off shenanigans, and we pass. Hard demo field not waiting. Alright, well, let's Lightning Helix in response then. And the Spell Snare, sure. We have a basic planes at least. Now you're tapped out. So if we top deck something here, I think we're in a good spot. Rise of Sozin is decent, but we can't cast it. So let's pass. That was our turn to do something because I forced them to tap out with being aggressive with Lightning Helix. Stock up, sure. The Ketramos? Let's see if he resolves. They showed us Essence Scatter in game 1. I need to stop opening my mouth. want to Rapture because you showed us one in game 1? Deadly Cover-Up. Taking probably my Ketramos now. Yep, off he goes. Untap land. That's on untap land, so it's cease to draw land, please. Quarry Mountain, this is at least something, but they have Demo Field, so this seems like a waste of time. Why Demo Field? Into a legend. Yeah. Well, that legend's gonna piss off. Why legend? You're at 8, by the way. So let's just hard cast Sozin while they're tapped out. Now the question is, what do I want to call? What do I want to call? Want to take 3 steps ahead, maybe? Just get this, like, I want to counter, like, my stuff to resolve. They have 2 in hand. What a call. What a call. No, with Rise of Sozin, that's unfortunate. With Rise of Sozin, you have to wait. So they have Washington, and there's nothing I can do about that until they flash it in. They didn't want to flash it in. That's a choice. Well, there's a stock up. So they have enough to kill Rise of Sozin when he flips here. You betrayal me. That's a choice. There's Rise of Sozin. And I think I'm going to Cruel Calls Heist. Show me your hand. So Washington on the stack. We can kill you and burn you. And now we get to look at your hand. And let's take Deadly Cover-Up. They can end us, but this is our only Fire Lord. Now we have to get we have to deal with this reef now. Once we deal with the reef, I think we're in a good spot. They milled 3 lands, which is good for us. And their hand is kind of anemic. So let's cycle here. There's a robbery? Perfect. Animate the land, you got it. You gonna mill me? They do. We're at 22. Another Cool Calls Heist. I think I'm gonna pass. We're gonna hold up robbery. There's a Unagi. Ooh. It's fine. I could also robbery there while they're tapped out. That might have been a better play, but we've taken all their hard, like, counter magic. Unless they brought in, like, a negate. It's their last card. This is a clock. So robbery for 5 at end step. There's a Rapture. That's funny. There's a Goliath. Getting a demo field from them is really good. And I think I want to take everything from my graveyard again. Take everything. We don't have to deal with any shenanigans, because we're not going to cast this other deadly cover-up for a while, right? And I think I want to take their stock up. Essence Scatter, good to know. They have 2 negates, 1 deadly cover-up. They do have 1 river turn, so it's good that I took my entire library. Or my entire graveyard, so 1 river turn, 1 Washington, 1 other reef. The other option we could have done there is demo field their lands. And then taking the land in case they draw their 3rd one. Hey, you got it. Reef is going in. So let's kill one of the reef. Have any basics? We don't. We're down a land. We're at 5. So let's Daydreamer here. We know they have an Essence Scatter, which we can take with our Spell Snare that we took from them. Let's pass, holding up our Essence Scatter. We're probably going to block this reef. Consult. Yep. Could have hold on to that Spell Snare in case they top deck their Consult. They get Collect Evidence on us. Yes, they did. Probably taking our Goliath now. And that's... So now we just have to draw our burn. That's our best shot. So we have 1 more defeat, 2 more Helixes to kill them. Let's just do this now, because I can't play for kicker. There's a Lightning Helix. There's a Quarry Mountain as well. Let's just heist you, see what you have. A negate works for me. Let's pass the turn. And there comes the reef. Do not mill my other Lightning Helix. They did not. I think I'm prioritizing gaining some life here. I mean, it doesn't matter. I guess Quarry Mountain would have been the better answer. If they drew another... If they draw their 2nd negate here, like, we just can't beat that. Outrageous robbery. We need to what? We have to Quarry Mountain here? Find an answer. We're at 4 life. Cool. We almost turned the corner in our hardest matchup, but didn't get there. On the next one. Went from 165 to 564. Holy shit. Just gonna throw that out there. That seems a little extreme, but you know, it's early in the season. You owe me a booster box, by the way, chat. Just letting you know. Throwing away all this rank. Oh, I want to see the scale. Hold on. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. A little drop to hell. That's funny. It is a tough matchup. Control is our hardest matchup. And we almost in the corner. Hey, it was under a minute this time. Let's go. If control's our hardest matchup, shouldn't we just have 4 Garesses in the sideboard? Let's keep those. Now I'm thinking about it. If it's gonna be a problem, we should hate it. Breeding pool. Lantern Elf. Uh-oh. Frail is gonna be a little late because we're on the draw. Red. Trailblazer. I think I'm okay with holding up Get Lost for now. Yep. There's an outcast. Trigger. Gonna kill you. Play mainboard counters in your combo deck? Wow, you do. Okay. To a Vibrance. Sick. So now I feel that only because we're on the draw that we are extremely far behind. If we were on the play, I think we would have been just fine. So let's tactics them. See what they're cooking with. Roaming Throne can get out of here. Lightning Helix can kill Trailblazer. And their hand is god awful, which is to our benefit. But we cannot stop their talk deck. They attack with Elf instead of Quarry Mountain? That's what I thought. I think I would just want to Ketramos. Let's get Ketramos going. Surveil. Need to find a land, need to find a Wrath. Is it a Teamer Battlecrier? Team Rep, you're too late. They can play the Battlecrier here. And then hopefully they don't have another big creature in their last 2 beautiful cards here. Lumbering War Wagon is a problem. So they have 1 unknown and 1 land. A Lightning Helix? I don't want to just Lightning Helix you. Betrayal your graveyard. Draw a card. And pass. Oh, we're 1 short though. So here soon we get to start attacking. This inevitable defeat's going to be really good on this Lumbering War Wagon. Hard cast Vibrance. Yeah, go to the face. We're going to take a lot of damage this turn. Vibrance is an interesting choice in the Teamer Battlecrier deck, but maybe it's worth exploring. Niner Elves. Yeah, you got it. So they're crewing up. Down to 14. Oof. Not a land drop, so we have to pass. Holding up a inevitable defeat. Hopefully they crew this Whirl Wagon. This Quarry Mountain's going to keep them in this game for a long time, which is going to be a problem. But if they keep hitting lands, then we have a chance. So there's the Lumbering War Wagon, and this is us exiling it because they have perfect information on their hand. Do you know that Ketramos is online? Looks like they finally see it. So they can't combo us, right? So let's attack for 4. And Legend here. Get some card advantage, hopefully find some lands. A lot of lands. So let's play the tap 1 and pass. Hopefully they extend in this Day of Judgment here. Like if this is just a creature, I would love to see it. Because we can Day of Judgment before Legend of Roku flips. But that seems to be enough. All right, this is not an outrageous robbery matchup. Not a Pyroclasm matchup. Not really a Torch matchup. The end could be good. They are a combo deck, so maybe want to bring in Heist. They're not a graveyard deck or art. I mean, they play 1 artifact, but I don't think it's enough to keep ceasing. Let's bring in Rise. Exercise actually might be good here as well. And I don't know how well Betrayal is going to be. Like, their plan is to go wide, right? So maybe let's take out Betrayal. And if somehow they turn in a graveyard deck before we know it, then we know to bring it back in. James, thank you for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate you. Who goes first? Well, we have turn 1, turn 2, Heist. Might be okay. Especially they had no turn 1 play. Seems good for us. The question is, do we give them a card or not? They don't play anything on turn 2. I think the answer is no. They did not play anything, so we will just Heist them. We'll get your hand an exile card. Did you bring in negates? Denial, okay. So it's better not Denial. Probably is the card I'm going to take anyways. And they're slow, so Rise of Sozin might do something here. Roll Wagon is going to be a problem. Doesn't get hit by Seam Rip while we sideboarded it out. Exercise was a really good draw. Get rid of that card before it kills us. Play our tap land pass. And hopefully we live to 8 mana. Or 6 mana. I mean, living to 8 would be nice too. They just plot a Trailblazer. The tap land. Fortunately, we need to play our untapped land to hold up inevitable defeat. Another World Wagon. I think that can resolve. So the question is, do I defeat the World Wagon and hopefully live to Rise of Sozin? I guess it depends if they play this Outcaster or not. Riddler. Now here's a choice. Do I kill Riddler or World Wagon? I think I still need to kill World Wagon. Why they did not play Trailblazer, I'm impressed, but you know. Here we are. They're also tapped out of blue, so I can do anything I want. Another defeat is great, so let's play our Backstreet to Surveil. Another exercise is fine, because we're looking to Rise of Sozin next turn anyways. Exercise can deal with after the Rise of Sozin board wipe. Thanks. But there's a Trailblazer. do have a Quarry Mountain over there, which is something we can be concerned with later. But depending what they do, we can hold on to this defeat and just Rise of Sozen them. Spectral says, counter target spell unless it's cold, replace X. Could be a problem. Just gonna let this resolve. The downside of this is they draw another counter spell because they just drew 2 more cards. We can hope that they do just pass, right? Another option we can do here is just exercise and hold up defeat. Like if they have counter magic, so be it. Bounce off. Well, now we can get rid of it. And then hopefully this extends them into our Rise of Sozen. You have 2 bounce offs? If you do. So I'm glad that we didn't play Rise of Sozen there because we would have been blown out and they got to bounce both their creatures. I feel okay about that trade. There's Teamer Battlecrier. Alright, tap off a blue, please. Let's just hope we don't get comboed here. We can absolutely die from this spot. Wistfulness. Wistfulness for a Trailblazer seems sick. They draw 4 there. Because they have Riddler. And they have Trailblazer. Roaming Throne. How are they casting that for free? Oh, let's see if we die or not. There's another Trailblazer. We can absolutely die here. They do have double red still. And they have these Trailblazers. There's another Battlecrier. And that's probably game. So how are they casting these Roaming Thrones for free when they already only have 2 Battlecriers out? What am I missing? One less to cast for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. Okay. I missed that. I thought it was just per Battlecrier. Reading the card answers the card. Alright. Let's see this Rise of Sozen do something. There's a denial. Alright, on to game 3. Not surprised they had it and just passed. I got Seam Rip Spring and Betrayals. So far, the deck is not working yet, Buff. I don't know if I like the changes. Play first. Slow, but we can keep it. Player tap land and pass. There's an elf. And we need to just kill the elf, right? Slow them down a little bit. Bolt the bird, as they call it. They just play Quarry Mountain, and we drew tap land, so let's play the tap land and pass. Plan on playing this Legend of Roku next turn. Lumbering War Wagon, you got it. Exercise, but I think I just need to cast cast Legend here. There's a defeat that can deal with it next turn. So we can exercise and defeat. Show me what you got. What do you got? Bunch of crap. Bunch of good stuff. There's the battle crier. Animate the world wagon. Into a trailblazer. So they still have blue open. We're at 15. Legend of Roku here. Let's make white. Make sure we play a land. Get rid of battle crier. Battle crier is the problem. They're holding priority because they probably have counter magic. They have a bounce off. Sure. And let's defeat this Whirl Wagon. Now that they're tapped out. And we can pass. So here soon, the only problem now, Legend of Roku flips, but we probably want a Deadly Cover-Up this next turn. If we get a next turn, right? Because here's Battle Crier, here's a card draw, and we could just die on the spot. No? Well, kind of have to do it. Goodbye, Avatar Roku. I need to get rid of this board. It's like counter robust territory. If they don't have a counter, we win. They do have a counter, then we have a blocker, but we are probably too far behind at that point. Let's find out. They could have double bounce off here. There's their counter magic. Another battle crier. Your hand has to be absolutely god-awful if you don't win at this point. That's what we're praying for. Another trailblazer. We have to block or we're gonna die. Well, let's play our Quarry Mountain and expect to block with our land here. Quarry Mountain, get at it. There's another World Wagon. That's a problem. Animator land. If they have bounce off, they win. Nothing we can do about that. We're at 2. And even if we get a board wipe now, yeah, it doesn't matter. Enjoy the free win, friendo. I don't think this deck is good enough. I think this deck needs to go back to the drawing board, and Goliath doesn't do anything. We need to find Ketramos, in my opinion. Like, I just want to draw Ketramos because we need card advantage. And it's cute. I like the idea, but like Goliath just doesn't do it. I'm sorry. And Goliath has the same problem that we have with Azula. I really like Azula. I like Azula a lot. However, she's a 4-drop that has to attack to do something, and she needs too much support to go off. Goliath has to live a turn, and then it needs support of you casting spells to be OP. But if you never have a board presence or board state, then Goliath is just a 4/4 for 4, and it doesn't do anything. It's a fun, powerful card. Maybe not best for best of 3, maybe in best of 1, but I don't think it is good enough for how current standard stands. Also, I think the sideboard needs duresses. Don't get me wrong, I really like the concept of Ketramos Burn. However, we need to do what? We need to hate on the matchups we suck at the most, which is control. But we need duresses. Duresses need to be somewhere. I like the exercise. I like the heist, so that's 5. We can even go up 1 duress. Like, robbery's cute. Put another duress in. And now we have 6-part interaction to defeat control, which makes me feel like we're in a better spot. I like going up 1 legend. That seems fine. I just want to draw Ketramos, right? And this looks a little better. But that's just my opinion. You guys can do what you want. But this is probably how I would play the deck. And I don't think it's good enough for best of 3 currently. Especially if we're now more in a control meta with like Excruciator and, you know, all the mid-range stuff. For best of 1, I think this is great. Because the best of 1 meta is a completely different meta. So that's my takes. We're gonna move on. I don't think it's a day for Ketramos Burn. That being said, do you want to see Boros Dragons, Mardu Weapons, or Mono Black? Which one do you want? Holy shit. I think let's go Mono Black. Let's go Mono Black. So here's my upgrades for Mono Black. I believe there's a list that did really, really well yesterday that is running this list as well. So Mono Black, we're still doing the Unstoppable Slasher. When this deals combat damage, player loses half their life. With the combo with Bloodletter, if the opponent would lose life during your turn, they lose twice that much. And Unholy Annex, which is the typical Mono Black demon package. But the upgrades we get is Deceit. So Deceit, for double black, we look at target opponent's hand, you choose an online card from it, and they discard. And then besides that, it's just more mid-range. We play a lot of straight removal in the main board between Shoot the Sheriff, Betrayal, Trajectory, and then we have Hand Hate with Tactics and Duress. We have Long Game with Realm of Ka and Soulstone Sanctuary. And just a bunch of basics. And then in the sideboard, we have Cruel Call Heist. We have some Feed the Swarm to get rid of enchantments. Another Shoot the Sheriff. Seeker's Folly. Target opponent discards 2 cards, or creatures your opponent control get -1/-1 until end of turn. And then to the end to deal with problematic problems. Roy, do you want Boros? Sure. You're the one who talked first. We'll play both lists eventually today. This is just Boros Dragons. Straightforward list. This deck has seen some breakthrough because of the uptick of Badgermole. And I don't know how well this deck is going to do post Pro Tour Lorwyn, when the Pro Tour was just, you hate on Badgermole or you play the dark side and you are Badgermole. And this deck is really good in a format where it's a lot of Badgermoles, and I don't know how many Badgermoles are being played right now. Also, there wasn't really any new cards from Lorwyn to upgrade this deck. It's just old cards that mostly, right? No sideboard. Yeah. There's no new cards in Boros Dragons from Lorwyn. It's just straight old-fashioned Boros Dragons from previous that got help from Avatar with Momo Flyer, because the first flying creature during your turn costs 1 less. We have Burst Lightning for interaction. Get Lost for some interaction. Voice of Victory, your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. Sarkin, when it enters Behold a Dragon, if you do, create a treasure. And whenever a dragon enters, put a 1/1 counter on Sarkin and he gets flying until end of turn. Player in Conquer just shuts down Badger decks. Artifact, creature, and planeswalkers cannot be activated. Hellkite. When this enters, destroy target non-basic land opponent controls. They search for basic, but it has a stun counter on it. Dragonhawk. It's whenever it enters or attacks, exile the top X card of your library. X is the number of creatures you control, power 4 or greater. You may play those cards until your next end step. Beginning of your next end step, it does 2 damage to each opponent for each of those cards that were exiled. Nova Hellkite, warp or for 5, does 1 damage to target creature and opponent controls. Flying haste, just big body. And then the top end, which is normally not a top end, it's normally played as a 2-drop, is you got the Twin Maw. It does 5 damage to target creature without flying, or for 6 mana. When it enters, you gain 5 life. Very often, you don't cast the second side of it. In sideboard, we have Requisition Raid, destroy target artifact or enchantment, and or put 1/1 counter each creature target player controls. Storekeeper Thrall, artifacts and creatures enters don't cause abilities to trigger. A way to deal with like the Aang Infinite Combo deck, or even Badger Mole. Exercise, exile target artifact, enchantment, or creature with power 4 or greater. Rest in peace to hate on all those graveyard dependent decks. 2 Pyroclasms in case we didn't hate on Badger Mole enough, and then 1 Legend of Roku as card advantage. That's the Boros Dragons deck. Didn't get any upgrades from lorwyn, but it still is in a good spot as long as Badger Mole is still prominent on Magic Arena. But if it's a heavy control Magic format, I don't know if this deck is fast enough. It might be too mid-range to deal with a control meta format. But let's find out. I'll go first. Well, this hand does something. This hand does something. Player advantage and pass, holding up Burst Lightning. You're gonna ban the Badger? They better. They play Swamp. Ooh. There's a Voice? It's not a bad 2-drop. Let's play a Voice. Hope it lives. It probably doesn't. Next turn, we can play Nova Hellkite. And live our dragon dreams. There's a Hex. He had so much to live for, including the graveyard. Another land? That's bad. So I guess we just Hellkite. Swing for 4. Pass the turn. You did your job, Hellkite. I would really like to draw another dragon. Boom, Lake Verge. They're probably playing the Excruciator deck. Winter Night Stories means that is correct. And we have no pressure this game. There's a Deceit, so more than likely they're going to play a Cavero next turn, and we draw another land. I found this issue earlier the last time I played Boros Dragons is I just flooded out every time we played. So here's a Cavero. Well, guess what? You get to look at my hand of nothing. How do you feel? Tell me how you really feel. You have nothing to bounce, and there's nothing you can take. Another Burst Lightning, perfect. Off the top. So we're just going to play our Hellkite. Swing for 4. Get you to 10. And this Burst Lightning is looking really good as it faces the place. What else you got? Besides a land drop. They could Wrath here. Like they could Wrath go Demon. It's tapping Kavero and Winter Night Stories. They're probably looking for removal for Nova Hellkite. Or they could just land drop Still Wrath us and collect evidence. Be a Harvester. So they can still do the previous play. I hope they don't. Threw an adverse away. Alright, well, let's go to combat. Let's see if this lives. Rolling priority, so it's doubtful that it lives. Bitter Triumph, throwing away a deadly cover-up. That's a choice. So I'm going to play this Momo here, holding up Burst Lightning. You're holding priority for what? Are you scared of my Momo? Hex. Makes sense. Pass the turn. Barrow getting in. Is it demon time? There's land 6. Alright, let's Burst Lightning you in the face. We know they don't play any counters. There's Nova Hellkite. Let's warp Nova Hellkite in case they have a Wrath. They need to have Bitter Triumph here. Or, like, shoot the Sheriff, but I don't think they usually play that card. So let's just attack for 4. More than likely, it doesn't live. There's another Bitter Triumph. You got me, man. Pass the turn. Barrow getting in. We're down to 8. So we need to find something to win this game or we lose. Get Lost is at least a card that we can slow the game down. Outrageous Robbery for 4. That's a new addition to their deck they don't normally play. That's cute. So am I going to die to my own dragon? Maybe if my opponent didn't take the longest turns in history, we could find out sooner than later. We found a land. Thank you for getting rid of that. Thank you for getting rid of that land. I appreciate you. You get in, and we need to kill it to protect our life total. Play a dragon. They had enough. Them gaining life was probably the worst case scenario there. Yeah, we drew another land. Alright, on to next game. We flooded like a motherfucker. Legend seems fine. Exercise seems fine. Doorkeeper seems fine. Clarion does nothing here. Rest in Peace seems fine. Burst Lightning doesn't do much. Windbrew doesn't do much either. I mean, it kills their creatures, I guess. But does get lost. So we can take out one voice and try it like that. We also maybe could have cut Clarion in because it's just another attacker. So let's play first. Cannot keep that hand. Looks better, but Momo's probably gonna die. Throw away land, play Sacred Foundry, and play our Momo. Momo lives, wow. Let's play this land, play Rest in Peace. Going for one with Momo, and pass. And if Momo lives this turn, we can play Hellkite and kill this Reef, which would be really good tempo for us. It lives, oh my goodness. Alright, we're just gonna Hellkite you. Trigger. Get rid of that Reef. And then they get a tap land, which is very helpful. Swing for 2. If we get an untapped land and Momo lives, we can play Dragonhawk, and we can just get the dream curve here of 1, 2, 3, and 4, and cheat him out early. That's the hoping, right? See. So they will probably take our Dragonhawk. Bye, Big Birdo. There's another land at least. You hold the dragon that's on the field and swing out. So now top deck dragons would do well, or we can, I guess, crack this land. Another Hellkite off the top wouldn't be the worst draw, because then we get to keep them off their mana. They brought in Riddler. Interesting choice. Normally they play that in the sideboard. Normally they play it in the sideboard. Another Reef. Of course we get a land. So let's just go attack again. And pass the turn, committed to cracking this land in case they wrath. That was surprising enough. Their hand was a questionable keep, I guess. I still like how we sideboarded. Let's try it again. Are you guys ready for sports ball tomorrow? I honestly don't care about sports ball tomorrow. Even though I live in Seattle. Isn't that funny? Can't keep this hand, can I? Mulligan that. Looks a little better. By the way, Twin Maw. They surveilled to 1. The graveyard, that's what they did. Exercise is not the worst. Let's play Momo and hope it lives. If it does live, we can play Nova Hellkite or this Doorkeeper Thrall. Trajectory. Well, Momo is dead. He's dead. There's a get loss, so I guess we just play double white, and Thrall has flash. Love to draw some lands. There's a stock up. If we draw lands, we're in a good spot. If not, I think we're in trouble. Lots of trouble. I thrall here. Did not get a land, but if Momo lives, maybe we can play this Hellkite next turn. Maybe, just maybe. What's up, America? Eastsider? Like they play a Reef and pass? Ooh. I think I want to warp. Get some pressure through. Instead of playing Sarkon. Sarkon, I guess, would have been better because it would make a treasure for like future turns. Now they have a decision to make. What do you want to kill? They kill Thrall, that means they're probably going to play a Deceit. If they kill Hellkite, they're worried about life total. There it is. There's Excruciator. So that means they're probably going to Cavero next turn. And they have the Reef to go with it. That's like worst case scenario. Yeah, there it is. There goes the graveyards. They go untap land, we just lose the game, right? So I can attack. So we're on a clock. Intimidation tactics. That does not stop what I'm going to do to you. Means they're not reaping us this turn, at least. Missing a land drops for a couple turns is going to make or break this game. Little Sarkin. There's another Reef. You got it. They could have Adverse here and we just lose. They do. But they don't target me? That's a mistake. Unless they have two of them. Another Sarkin, but we can't play it because we don't have a land. We need to hold up Get Lost. Another land. So interesting how Excruciator changes this game in a heartbeat. Kind of fun. Deceit. Yeah, that gets our Get Lost. That's really unfortunate. They have one more turn, so Doesn't matter what you take. It's like the literal worst. That off my board. Let's see if you make a mistake. Very unfortunate that we got defeated there, but, you know, it's part of this game. Enjoy your win, buddy. On to the next one. Okay. I'm not going to play this deck anymore. I thought about it. There's no point in playing this deck. The whole point of my title today was to play new decks. So I'm going to play new decks with new cards. I've been spewing bullshit on nothing. That last game, like Boros Dragons, has nothing to do. So let's go play mono black, shall we? Boros Dragons is a bait, and I should not play that deck. Because every time, that's the third time I played it, and it always feels bad. I'll go first. Oh, we have interaction, let's keep it. If we draw some lands here, we can go straight into a curve. Seems sweet. You're not a New York fan? What, America, what? You're not enjoying that the Patriots are back to the Super Bowl yet again? So we can just swamp and rest, see what we're playing against. Ooh. Well, I'll take their Soul Guide, which does nothing here. Another land, so I think I just want to deceit. Hidebinder. Let's just take their bet. They have nothing else to do. We drew another land, so we can Unholy Annex here. And get this down. And flash in Drowner. It's fine. We drew another land, so next turn we can just play our Bloodletter, and yeah... Oh, they tap land. Never mind. We drew another land. Let's play that new Soulstone, and then let's just play Bloodletter. Another Drowner? Sure. Well, at least this drains them for 4. Fortunately, they did have the second Drowner, so they get to throw away Bloodletter. And away he goes. There's another Bloodletter? That's funny. Well, let's just play another Bloodletter. Top deck gods love me today, I guess. And drain you again. You like to attack? No. There's a betrayal. Well, we can betrayal you. Another land, go to combat, and just... I'm going to hold up the land or shoot the sheriff. We don't need to bring out the demon, especially they know that they have Tidebinder. We can just pass. Now it's free to do kind of whatever we want. Like to attack? No? Alright. Let's activate our land. Well, now I'm feeling really good where we are. Let's just attack. Shoot the sheriff. Ooh. Now we can unlock this. And we hold up our own shoot the sheriff. And pass. Mr. Washington. He resolves. He is a 1/1. Another shoot the sheriff. Luckily, they don't have double green for this wistfulness. This entire game. But if they play Wistfulness, we can kill Mr. Washington, and then they're dead on board. There's the Wistfulness for double blue. What do you find? Another land. Well, we have a Shoot the Sheriff. It looks like they have no responses, so they are dead in the air. But we drew another removal, so let's just remove them and make sure they are dead. And on the game too. So they're like Sultai mid-range? There's no, like, Kaido shenanigans? What do I even bring in here? I mean, the end might be cute, like against a Kaido. Betrayal might not be good enough. We have, like, a ton of removal anyways. We could bring in, like, 2 heists. Just to take more looks at their hand. I like this. Should be back. Buff, you don't curse me like that. The day just started. The day just started, kind of. I've been up since like 6 a.m. because I couldn't sleep last night. I think I can keep this. Doesn't do enough. Never mind, I'm forced to keep hand like this. Let's throw away Swamp. At least we have duress to figure out what life is like. Are they going to duress me? Oh, my slasher. It's exiled with intimidation tactics. There's a bloodletter at least? Oh, I could have had the combo this game. The rest does nothing. Cool. A top deck a Riddler. Mm-hmm. Here's another land. Pass the turn. They're drawing lands. There's a trajectory, so let's just play a land and pass. We're not doing anything. There's a Drowner we know about. My opponent does have double green, so they're going to probably hold on to these Wistfulness for forever. But there's a bet. Taking the removal. There's another land. All right, well, let's play our big demon. Pass the turn. Wistfulness probably to draw. Yep. Found their 5th land. There's a heist. Alright, let's heist you. I'm gonna gift you a card because my hand does nothing. No, you Wistfulness. Yeah, you got it. Now let's just go to combat. Pass. So you're gonna play Wistfulness or Riddler? Answer is Riddler. There's another land. So let's just play Wistfulness. Play another land and pass the turn. What's up, Bat? You see that I have a swamp. I flooded out this game. Does it shoot the sheriff? Oh, baby. So shoot the sheriff on the bat. And now trajectory can get rid of Riddler. And they know I have a land, so let's go to combat. Swinging for a lot. You have to block this Wistfulness because that's a lot of damage. Oh, they all block. I wonder if they're playing board wipes. Let's pass. Which deck caught me? My opponent's deck? I've never seen it before. It's like Sultai elementals. With that? That's a cool new brew, for sure. They just pass? There's Unholy Annex? That's funny. Let's go to combat. There's a Drowner. And we attack with Listlessness. They got removal? Damn. Alright, let's just pass. I know that they have Wistfulness, so there's no reason to play this Annex right now. We can play chicken for a minute. There goes the Bloodletter. There's a Shockland. There's the Wistfulness. Perfect. So just make a cute little wolf. We draw land, we get to do both sides of these? Oh, baby, we can. Alright, well, the good thing about being flooded is we have a use for it. And let's swing for one unblockable. Drain them and draw. Not blocking. I win this race. So are you going to Wrath? Another Wistfulness. Alright. There goes my Annex. Into a bat? Bro. What a great last card. Tactics says nothing, so let's cycle it. Do Soulstone? Sure. Let's pass. I guess I should attack because I can't block anyways. And we have to block or we die. Let's animate our land. Fortunately, they have a hidden Restless Reef over there. Oh. That's Unholy Annex that we get to do both sides again. That seems good. And we still have a blocker. So this turn I am going to attack with the wolf because it can't block anyways. And pass, drain them. Tactics is not the best, but it's maybe a way we can cycle for 3. Day of Black Sun. Well, that's one way to kill me. Got it. On to the next game. So Duresses would have been sweet there. But let's take out this. Go in more Shoot the Sheriffs. Heist might be okay, and maybe one Betrayal. Try it again. No, it's not Salt Reanimator. We have not seen Kavera once. We thought it was like Sultai Kaido, because they're playing with a lot of Kaido creatures. Like they played with Tidebinder and things like that. Play first. Right. Play our Swamp and pass. There's a Bloodletter, so let's just play another Swamp and pass. And go an Unholy Annex in the Bloodletter. Even if they deep Cavern Bat, we can still play an Unholy Annex, and one reason why I kept this hand. It's another land. Alright, well, Unholy Annex time. Draw a card. There's a Deceit, which could be good here. They do not have double green yet. Now they have double green. And they have the Wistfulness. So what I was hoping is we could untap and then have the end for this Wistfulness, but they just had the answer right away. So we could do Intimidation Tactics and Deceit in one turn, and that might be the answer. What is your hand? Bunch of crap. So we can Deceit here as well. Take your removal. You can have your Day of the Black Sun. And pass the turn. So they just play out the tap land, attack with Bat. We drew another land, unfortunately, so we'll just play our Bloodletter they know about. And hope he lives. Tap land. There's a Sanctuary, at least we can start attacking with that. Unfortunately, they do have a Reef. So let's attack there and pass. What we could do is end on this Bat, but I would love to end on something that's more meaningful. And playing this tapped and not playing Day of Black Sun's a choice. So let's just end this. They're probably not going to play anything else out while they have an end, so I'm just going to do it now. Tidebinder. 1 Riddler, 1 Unagi, 3 more. They are a Kaido deck. Hold it. The rest is... yeah. They only have a Tidebinder in hand. I'm glad we didn't animate the Soulstone Sanctuary. So let's just play our Unholy Annex. It tapped me wrong. That's annoying, but let's go to combat. Swing out. Get a trigger, and then draw step trigger. They can flash in their Tidebinder. Nope. I like their little Mutavault Man sleeves. I don't think they have Day of Black Sun, so there's no reason for me to bring in Sanctuary here. So let's heist here. Show me what you got. Before I do anything else. I'm not going to give them a card because they could find an answer. Okay, so they're just dead. We can play another Bloodletter. And combat. I'm surprised they didn't throw out Day of the Black Sun there. So trigger to 2, and then trigger to death at end step with Unholy Annex. Mono black. Doing the things. I like it. So this so this deck went 9-0 in an RCQ. This version, Kami. So we're trying it out today. I kind of like I like the trajectory, honestly. Like, it has, with how much removal we're playing, it deals with big creature when Hex is just a dead draw late game. And it could still kill a Badger Mole. Oh no. So far, it feels great. That was only our first game, though. And Buff already cursed me that I'm drawing like Raven today, so I'm doing my best not to draw a bunch of lands. One goes first. I don't think this is a keepable hand. This might be keepable. Let's throw away Speaker. Weekend Trajectory on turn 1, Betrayal on turn 2. Storm Chaser's Talent. Well, that looks like a card I can get rid of. So let's get rid of the Otter. And this Betrayal might be good against a... Is it Lessons deck, it looks like? Yeah, there's a boomerang basics. There's Unholy Annex, so let's just Betrayal, get that boomerang basics out of their graveyard, and pass. So they are probably holding up removal, right? So let's play a Deceit. Disdainful Stroke main board. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, you got me. I wasn't expecting that one. Okay, well, if you wasted one counter, you have a counter for this? You have priority for something. Into the Flood Maw. Yeah, you got it. Roaring Furnace on my fish. So you're like, is it Blink? Or is it Bounce rather than Lessons? Well, let's just play a Slasher and hope it lives. Get out. Okay, so whatever I was going to play there was going to be countered. We really like to draw land. If we draw a black source, we can Deceit and Holy Annex. There's a land. Let's do just that. They are Splash Portal. Let's just take the card that can kill us and hope they don't draw a Sphinx. Because if they draw a Sphinx, they draw a Sphinx, and there's nothing we can do about that. At least we don't die to the Siege. They can Storm Chaser's Talent to get back one of these big cards. They found a Trainer. And they can Splash Portal that. Boomerang basics, yeah. It's a thing. And then there's the Splash Portal on the Trainer. Hopefully they don't get another counterspell. Springleaf Drum. Alright. Got me there. The Steaming Spawna is going to be a problem, though, so... Well, it's Bloodletter. Play our land, and then get end-step trigger with Unholy Annex. They could have a bounce spell with Springleaf. The rest does not seem like a bad draw. They could get a bounce with Storm Chaser's Talent to bounce my Bloodletter. Or they can full kick Burst Lightning to kill Bloodletter. Yeah, he's gone. Into another Trainer. They missed, though. That's good for us. Rail is a really good draw. Let's arrest them. Get a Splash Portal. And I think... 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah. Let's animate this. Attack. If they'd like to block. And then we Betrayal post-combat to get rid of their graveyard because they have Storm Chaser's Talent. And we also trigger Unholy Annex. Unfortunately a land, but... We're trying to beat the card advantage of Steaming Sauna. What did you draw? What did you draw, friendo? You're holding priority, so it's probably a burn spell? Torch the Tower, right? I was correct. There's another Annex? 6, 7? Let's animate our Sanctuary. Good combat. They take it? Alright. We're gonna play Unholy Annex number 2, and I hope it resolves. It does. Oh baby, now the card advantage is starting. You're at 3. Flash Portal on Trainer, that's scary. Playing 25 lanes, it might be too much. I don't know. Splash Portal in the Splash Portal. I like it. They're digging. I respect it. Well, they found a Roaring Furnace. A way to deal with our land. Into a drum. And they just tap out, so they're dead on board. Because we have Unholy Annex and we have 2 of them out. So let's just unlock and pass and drain them twice. On to game 2. So the Swarm seems great here. I don't know about the end. Might be too much. Betrayal seems bad here against the token deck. End might be okay. You can take out like 1 Shoot the Sheriff. I guess Trajectory is fine against Riddler, but we have Shoot the Sheriff anyways, so let's take out 1 Tactics and one Betrayal. I like that. Try it again. We have Deceit and Betrayal. Let's try it. Turn 1 drum. Okay. Shoot the Sheriff, more removal. Trainer. So they can drum and bounce Trainer here. Boomerang basics. Well, let's Deceit. See what they got. Wow, that's a lot of trash. I think Riddler is the worst card here. So let's get rid of Riddler. Then they just top deck a Riddler. Yeah. I wish I drew like that earlier. And there's the Trainer. Another Roaring Furnace. Okay. There's another land, so let's just get rid of this Trainer and get it off the board. Get rid of their graveyard. And pass. Next turn we can hold at the end. When they play their Riddler on 5. There's a talent, so I'm glad the graveyard's gone. Or they just top deck a Boomerang Basics naturally, that works too. Wow, you got it. There's a Feed the Swarm? Does not seem like the worst draw. It is sorcery, however. You like to play your Riddler. Oh, they just play Asana. Makes sense. Fortunately, we got to kill an auto or shoot the share. And they get 1 card off Steaming Sauna. Seat's not the worst. Well, let's get rid of their card advantage. We take 5 from that. That's a lot. Let's take a look at their hand. Take a Roaring Furnace. And pass the turn. Unfortunately, they have too much interaction because now they can Riddler with Splash Portal. Where they just hardcast Steaming Sauna. Yeah. Another Boomerang Basics. Woo! That's a lot of value. These ends are looking really bad now. Slasher. We can't play Slasher because they kill it with Roaring Furnace. Comes the Talon again. I think we can take 2. That's fine. But we're going to lose this Otter, and card advantage is the problem. The land is fine. Let's pass. One is definitely getting his land drops. Let's take 2. I'm okay with that. Thunder Trap Trainer. That resolves. Find another sauna. Just can't beat multiple saunas when we don't have our engine going. They're holding hard, really holding on to that Splash Portal. Let's end your Thunder Trap Trainer. Get out. Yeah. Can't beat you anyways. Seems like a really bad matchup for us when we don't draw any of our removal. Alright. That's enough advantage for me. On to the next game. On to game 3. Bring in Heist. Let's take out the ends. Take out a Betrayal. And a land and run it back. Let's see if we get some hand hate this time. Seems okay. So we can turn 1 Intimidation Tactics and start eating apart their hand. Nope, I whiff. That works too. There's a Storm Chaser's talent. I think I wanted to see before we play Air Slasher. Disdainful Stroke. The next turn, what? They're probably going to Boomerang Basics. If they abrade my Slasher, I don't care. Take away the basics. They shock in for a braid. Slasher. We know they're gonna braid it. That's fine. He can take a break for a minute. I don't want to play Deceit into their open Disdainful Stroke. Not yet. Slasher will come back with 2 counters on it. And I'm glad they did it on my turn, so it's 1 less turn until it comes back. And now this is our window to deceit them again. A land drop would be really good here. There it is. All right. Show me your hand. Riddler, negate, disdainful stroke, splash portal. Well, Riddler is the problem. And I think I want to feed the swarm on this talent. Just get it off the board, and that's fine. But now they have negate, disdainful, splash portal, a land, and an unknown. And then our slasher is coming up soon. Ooh, duress. Duress. So they can negate this if they want. That's probably the card I'm going to be taking anyways. So let's kill this otter. And their hand is pretty anemic to this onboard state. So let's hope their 2 draws are weak. Thunder Trap Chainer is not weak because they have a splash portal. Oofta. Okay. Alright. Roaring Furnace to kill my slasher. Considered him stunned yet again. There's another deceit. Alright. Let's deceit you again. Get out. Pass. So, we really need Unholy Annex. Like, that's our best card here. There's another Roaring Furnace, so they can get Slasher off the board. Oh, they don't. That's a mistake. You drew another Slasher as well. Here's Roaring Furnace again to take care of a Slasher. So what my opponent probably should have done is killed the Slasher while it had stun counters on it. Because this one would be gone forever right now. Another trainer. So that means they're tapped off a Disdainful Stroke and they miss. Oh, buddy. Well, let's go in. Now the question is, do I want to kill the trainer or do I want to kill these furnaces? I think I want to hold on. Riddler. Only drawing 1. That seems like a good sign, unless she drew a splash portal. Did not. The rest is really good. Let's duress you. 2 strokes. Oh. I think I'm gonna feed the swarm on the creature and push damage across. So now if they Steam Sauna here, then it doesn't matter. If they Riddler will die. And these slashers should do something. Oop. Unfortunately, they did get an otter blocker, and they get to have something back from their graveyard. But these slashers are just... they're just doing work. Let's hold this land like we're bluffing something. Do they have... Boomerang? They do in their graveyard, so they can talent to get back Boomerang basics. And then have another blocker, which is frustrating, but it is what it is. And I think that's going to be their play. Ooh, get the braid. So you can get my slasher. Another furnace. Considered me stunned, my friend. There's a tactics, but we know it doesn't do anything in their hand, so let's cycle this. Realm of Caw is not bad. At least we can start to get some attackers down. So you can braid to get rid of one of the slashers, finally. But now you're off 5 mana, so... another Riddler. Good top deck. shock in. Boomerang basics off Roaring Furnace. Oh my goodness, my opponent. I wish that I drew as well as you do. And they have Disdainful Stroke up. So we can Unholy Annex, hope it resolves. Perfect. Shoot the Sheriff is going to do wonders, I think. Here's the Riddler. So before you get a draw trigger, I want to shoot you now. Spell Snare, okay. So now they don't have 2 lands open. Yeah, let's just go to combat. They block. They have to, or they're dead on board. This Slasher doing the Lord's work. So let's make a demon. Play our land because we're going to draw a card. And pass. Soul Sun Sanctuary. Unfortunately, it'll be summoned sick when we play it later. And this demon lives through a Roaring Furnace. I pulled the luck of my opponent and draw Annex right at the right time. There's a Splash Portal. So they can Splash Portal on Trainer. They're digging. They're digging. What did you find? Boomerang Basics. Works on the demon. Roaring Furnace kills the Slasher. Finally. He is dead, Jim. And they still have Disdainful Stroke. There's the Bloodletter. So I think I just want to animate the land. Get a trigger on them. And pass. They know they have, we know they have Disdainful Stroke, so there's no point in playing Bloodletter until I play this heist we just drew. There's a talent. Level up talent for... They could get a Braid here. And a Braid my land. This is a great back and forth game, let's be honest. Once I drew that Annex, I was thinking we were in rough street, but this Annex is going to bring us back. There's the Braid into the Sanctuary, which we talked about. But now they are tapped down. Flash Portal on Trainer. Did you find anything else? A Null, a little late. But they are tapped out, and we can just play our Bloodletter here. And pass the turn, end step trigger to win the game. What a great grind. They had so much card advantage. We were behind for so long. But those... Oh, man. The fact that they did not kill those slashers for so long definitely changed that game. Lucky for us. JL, thank you for the sub on YouTube. Welcome on Kindness Crew. You like that way to say I got lucky, Mr. Cool? You bet that's going to YouTube video later. The format is healed. There's no Badger. We haven't played against Badger in like a couple days. Maybe the format healed. And it's not going to get banned. Pick Rocks. Last time I played him, he did play Badger, so we'll see. I will play first. Let's keep it. We have 1 drop, or a 2 drop into 3 drop, whatever I pick. Let's play Swamp first and pass. If they play a 1 drop, we can Betrayal them. There's a 1 drop. So let's Betrayal you. and pass the turn. The other option, we could Deceit, look for a Badger. Leyline Weaver is not it. But I think I just want to play my Slasher here and pass the turn. Oko. Nice.
Oh, I'll be much more than a thorn in
Love to see
your
Oko.
side. You're looking quite feeble.
There's a Duress. So let's Duress you. It's probably too late. Yeah, and there's a Mockingbird. So let's just play on Holy Annex and start drawing some cards. Intimidation Tactics is not the worst here because they're a creature heavy deck. They don't really play that many spells. And they drew the land that they drew. They play the land that they drew. Thank you for the information. Are you gonna Mockingbird on Unstoppable Slasher? Hell yeah. That's cute.
Try this on for size.
So let's just make a demon here. And pass. Drain them, draw a card. The rest seems pretty bad. But at least next turn we can hardcast a Deceit. They're committed to stopping the Slasher. I like it.
You're looking quite
Beam Pollinator is not it.
feeble.
So let's kill the Slasher. Or that's a mistake. I should have let the Slasher go in case I just kill it. But no, let's just start hard casting Deceits. And pass. They could flip this Oko, and then Oko can ult, but I've never seen an Oko ult before. I don't know what that does. I can appreciate how they're getting value, but yeah, the game is a grind, and you should probably flip and start down-ticking.
I bring a new Genesis.
We find another Oko and a Crater Hoof. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. They don't have enough for Crater Hoof, so this Intimidation Tactics is going to be sick. So let's Tactics you. Off the top. Play a Ritual Chamber. And get a Demon. And we can swing at Oko. We'll force them to slow down a little bit. And let's pass, drawing a card. There's a Trajectory. That should be really good, especially if they draw a Riddler. They flip back. Are you scared of Slasher now? Or Borwood? You're a problem. So, we can...
You have so much potential.
How do we do this? We can throw everything at Oko. And if they block, we can Trajectory on their Ouroborid. Or I guess they're gonna really heavy block here and hope Ouroborid lives. We get to wipe their board. Trajectory takes out Ouroborid. Hex couldn't do that. And we can get more card advantage and hold up Tactics to probably loot. But now the clock is on. And let's pass. Shoot the Sheriff is great. So no matter if they play like another Ouroborid or something crazy, we can shoot the Sheriff at. This Mockingbird we can kill because now Unstoppable Slasher is open. Make some tokens. You got it. They drew a land. Okay. Let's Tactics here. Drew another land. Well, now we can shoot the Sheriff. Oh, it's everything. That's cute. And opponent sees enough. The Badger deck didn't draw Badger, which feels really good for us. So we could bring in Folly, maybe? I like the end in this matchup. Keep some Betrayals in, take out a couple Duresses. If we take out Duresses, we can play in Heist. And still hits their board. Folly does hit a lot of themselves, but I don't think this is the matchup for it. Bring another Heist. Ship it back. It's really funny. So I had someone Mockingbird a Cecil, and then when Cecil flipped, all it did is it untapped. And it didn't transform. So it was just a Cecil that untapped. It was really funny. Because you still got the trigger, but it couldn't flip to the 4/4 lifelinker. When it goes first? Well, we have 1 drop, 2 drop, 3 drop. There's an elf. Let Swamp and Trajectory get ya. And hope they don't play a Badger here. Landline Weaver is not it. True, another Betrayal is fine, so let's get rid of that Weaver. They do not have blue still. Never mind, spoke too soon. Well, let's play a Slasher. And it resolves. So they probably like kept up a null. Why would they shock in blue not doing anything? There's 4 mana. For Nature Rhythm, there's the Badger. Badger do Badger things. Well, let's make them probably exile their land. And get this pressure going. Now they have no advantage with Badger Mole, and I assume they're going to block with Badger and get that little pestig thing off my board. Or Boroid. Yeah. Alright, let's just attack. Let's see if they want to block. Oh, wow. I don't want to heist gift a card. Let's just see what you got. Oh, wow. So Detect is what they splashed in for. Riddler doesn't do it, Meringue doesn't do it, so let's just take their Rhythm. And let's play our Unholy Annex. So Nature's Rhythm, we can go find... We can go find our demon with Nature's Rhythm, right? Hardcast Swindler, yeah, you got it. This is going to be really funny here in a minute. We're at 14. Yeah, what's Nature's Rhythm for 4? Go get a Bloodletter. Swing at you. You have to block. And dies a Death Touch. Trigger. You're at 1. Pass. How do you get out of this? A Meringue to double bounce? Okay. Hmm. That's really good. What did I take instead? Nature's Rhythm? I still think that was the better choice. So we missed a land drop. Getting a land drop there would have won the game, right? So let's go to next game. Bring in another Shoot the Sheriff. A little unfortunate. I got a seat and try it again. He didn't lose. We need a demon on board. Unstoppable Slasher is not a demon. How did he lose? He has a giant blocker. I can't animate the land. I don't have removal. I'll go first. Let's keep it. We can go Tactics, Deceit, into Unholy Annex. So, show me your hand. Looks terrible. Let's take the Weaver. Dude, the Sheriff is fine. Just look at your hand again. Let's take Oko. And we drew another land, so it's just Unholy Annex here. Start to draw some cards. There's another land. So we can Deceit, hold up, shoot the Sheriff this next turn. There's a Badger Mole. You pesky Badger Mole. Always the problem. So I think I need to Deceit here. Take their Ouroboros. Shoot the Sheriff on Badger Mole. And then next turn we can play our Bloodletter. Now they're not really doing anything. I guess they can... Or do you just top deck a Badger Mole? That works too. Nature's Rhythm for 2. Let's see. I have to kill Badger here, right? I just have to kill Badger because they can get Crater Hoof. And hope I get more removal here. I did not. They can get Ouroboros, however, and we're under pressure. The power of Badger Mole. They top deck another Badger Mole. So we can get Crater Hoofed here. Or they can just get Ouroboros. Nope. That's exactly Crater Hoof Nana. And this, again, I will repeat myself until the end of time. Badger needs to be banned on Monday. This is not okay. But it didn't win the Pro Tour. No. I don't care. My opponent had no right to win that game. All he had to do is Badger Mole and then find a Crater Hoof off loot. No. That's not okay. Ban Badger Mole. If they ban the Harmonized cards, then Wizards has lost their mind. Wizards has lost their mind. But I don't know how many people on my YouTube comments keep saying they didn't win the Pro. That's not. You're just an idiot. You're just an idiot. Or you don't understand basics of Magic and power levels. That's alright. We almost had that game until we didn't. So let's try next game. One goes first. We have Duress, Betrayal. I think we can draw some lands with this. It is a Lantern Wall Elf. So, let's kill the Lantern Wall and pass the turn. Are we going to see another turn 2 Badger? No. Interesting. So I'm going to Duress here, because we drew another Duress. Oh, they're that kind of deck. I think I need to kill this elf. Because they're going to be greedy and keep ramping with Fable Passage. So they're mono green landfall. We played this deck a couple days ago. It's sick. It is sick. Okay, hold on to Fable Passage for full value. And we missed our land drop. That was like our turn to get down our 3-drop or 4-drop. Yep. Unfortunate. So here comes Badger on the Fable Passage. Intimidation Tactics is at least okay because they're trying to sandbag this Harmonizer. Get that combo out. Fable Passage to crack. And back it comes. And then they're going to do the same thing with the other Badger Mole. That Chocobo is going to get pretty big. And please draw land so I can get back in this game. Pretty please. Okay. On to game 2. On to game 2. BV didn't win, but was still banned. People's logic behind it is when VV didn't win a tournament, it was still like it was like 5 to 8 of the top decks every single tournament, and then people compared it to lorwyn when only 2 of the top decks had Badger Mole in it. I think people's assessment is very poor. I will go first. My opponent couldn't have done anything he just did, even if we missed lands there, without Badger Mole. I will go first. I will keep this hand. Let's see if we can actually draw lands. Because this hand would be great if we draw lands. Let's play Swamp and pass. I just play an Escape Tunnel. F6 value, I like it. We drew another land. That makes me feel better. There's a Land of Wealth. And 2 Fable Passage. I'm just going to shoot the bird. Just be mana efficient. Intimidation Tactics is not the worst, because we get to check out what they're doing. I think Ice Tail is their worst card here against us. I don't know how we're going to deal with the Sapling Nursery. I could have thought about bringing in the Enchantment Hate out of the sideboard because, again, I don't know how we kill that card. Because they just throw it down on turn 4 and we just kind of die. Do I care about this? I don't think so. Missed a land drop. Well, let's just kill the Chocobo. And pass. They missed a land drop. Well, at least we drew Unholy Annex, so we can start doing something. There's a Slasher. Not a land drop. There's another cute little Chocobo. There's a land, so we can play Bloodletter and pass. Start to get this drain combo going. If they miss a land drop, that's really good for us. This bossing, say, the down... They did miss. The downside to playing my opponent's deck. So let's just swing out. And we can play a Slasher here. Hold up, shoot the Sheriff. Okay. Grant him some more. They missed some land drops, but I will take it. You're a Badger deck. I have no remorse for you. So maybe we can bring in, like, Feed the Swarm. Like, I don't know how we deal with that enchantment if it drops. I got a Trajectory. Pick out, like, some Betrayals. Bring back in that land and try it again. Yeah, I agree. People say the top 8 of Pro Tour Lorwyn was fantastic. Don't get me wrong, those games were fantastic, and it showcased a wide display of not Badger decks. However, The Pro Tour was you play Badger or you hate Badger. Just like Vivi, you hate Vivi or you play Vivi. It's Badger has warped our format, just like Vivi did. It's not Vivi Winter just yet because it didn't dominate the Pro Tour like Vivi did. Another deck won. However, the people are still missing the point. Voting goes first. I cannot keep this hand. I can keep this hand, however. Throw away tactics. I want to guarantee my land drop, and then we have a ton of interaction here. I drew a land. Unfortunate. But let's tactics. Green shell. Ooh, their hand is scary. So I should probably take this. Should I take Vivian Reed or Ascension? I probably take Vivian Reed, right? Let's take a look at their hand. I can take a damage from Chocobo for a couple turns. I think I'd take Vivian Reed. Like, Vivian Reed will be a problem. This is just a problem for a turn or two. Yeah, you got it. And we take 4 from Chocobo. There's another tactics. Tactics you. Get a green shell? Sweet. And then let's pass. Holding up, shoot the sheriff. If they put a counter on the forest, do I shoot the sheriff the forest and then end on the Chocobo in the next turn? Let's see how they play this. They do. I think that's going to be my play. So I'm going to let them go to combat first. And we can take 5. We'll take 6 from this Chocobo. Ready? Another land, unfortunate. So let's draw step, stomp them, and then end on this Chocobo. Sapling Nursery. Well, we are in trouble. That was a good draw by them. So maybe I should have, hindsight 2020. I should have gotten the Chocobo on my turn, because they wouldn't have drawn that, but you can't play a game like that. Feed the Swarm. Oh, baby. Feed the Swarm. Get you. And kill myself. Let's go! That game was over anyways. We didn't draw very well, so on to the next one. I took myself out on my terms. That's how I played that. I need to get, painkillers. I'm getting this weird headache for some reason. Ugh. What up, Dag? How you doing? I will go first. Let's keep it. We have stuff to do. We're on quite a loser streak today. Oh. So let's turn 1. Take a look at your hand. Another Badger deck. Well, I think Riddler's the problem, so let's take Riddler. And play Gene Pollinator. I think it's worth it to kill Gene Pollinator here. Just, if they play anything else, it becomes a problem. Player swamp and pass. Looking at Unstoppable Slasher and the Bloodletter. Especially with that Swamp Draw. So let's play Unstoppable Slasher. There's the Gear Hulk. Fortunately has first strike. So they found their land drops, which is unfortunate. So they can get a Mockingbird here and something. Mockingbird and Dusk Rose. That's the thing. Let's just play Annex here. And pass. I wish I drew that duress for this turn. So I did not play Bloodletter because they can take Bloodletter with Bright Glass, and that's the worst case scenario. I guess I should have taken... Oh, there's Badger Mole. I guess I should have taken Bright Glass instead of Riddler, because Bright Glass is just better advantage, where Riddler is just big giant flyer that draws cards forever. So here's another Gear Hulk. Because now they just get this Mockingbird loop over and over again. And now that I thought about it, it's probably the better play. But still, Riddler, both cards are good, right? Resolve and Hydra. Yeah, that works. I don't think Crater Hoof is a problem. I don't agree with you. That's really a bad take. Because my opponent doesn't need to do Crater Hoof things to do dumb stuff, which Badger Mole is about to do. Swinging for 4, we can't block. They pass? Alright, let me see your hand. That's a lot of goodies. Let's take the rose. Kinda have to play it this way. And pass. They were probably gonna resolve now on the Bloodletter, and there's not much I can do about that. Like, Badger Mole and the Harmonized cards are what allows this deck to do what it does. You remove Badger Mole, and this deck doesn't, and it gets to play a fair game. Not a turn 3, I can Crater Hoof you. Crater Hoof is not the problem. It just finishes a game. And if Crater Hoof didn't exist, they would do just as dumb things as they're doing now. Like, you can do, they're about to play a giant Hydra, and what do we do? That is my take. Only a 4/4. That seems... Let's see. They attack here. We take 10. Okay, we're dead on board. Even if I block. Let's try it again. So not taking Gear Hulk was the problem there. Rest doesn't seem bad. Shoot the Sheriff doesn't seem bad. I got 1 Deceit. Betrayal seems okay. Try it like that. If it's a perfect day on Monday, Badger needs to go. Bringer the Lost needs to go. Bringer is the problem. Cavero is not the problem. Cavero does powerful things, yes. However, Living End in Standard is the problem. They could print another card which makes Cavero more busted, but it's very hard to print a card that does Living End effects, you know? They should catch that. And then the third, I think, Ancestral Recall. When the Pro Tour even shows Ancestral Recall over and over again, should not be allowed. That would be my perfect case scenario for Standard. I will go first. I will keep this hand. Has a ton of interaction, that's for sure. So let's tactic first to see what we're against, instead of duress. Their hand is poo-poo. I don't know what seam rep hits here. There's a shoot the sheriff, so let's just heist. I could also heist, give them a card, and take their Nature's Rhythm again, like we did earlier. Ooh, there's a Riddler. I don't want to take the Riddler. It might be greedy, because now they still have a Nature's Rhythm. Land drop. Sweet. So let's duress you. Unable to scream is cute. Take the counter magic. And kill the dork. And their hand is pretty weak now. There's still a problem with this Nature's Rhythm, however. Like if they top deck Badger Mole Seam Rip? You just hard cast Seam Rip. Yeah, you got it. They have it out for Gene Pollinator, a way to tap it for mana. Which seems smart. Yeah, Nature's Rhythm for 1. Anything now? We can just kill this. I thought about it, and I shouldn't let them untap with that, but... Oh gosh. All the removal! We're gonna keep our hand low for this Quantum Riddler that we just stole. They're gonna unable to scream their own Riddler, which is gonna be cute. Well, removal for removal. Betrayal would eat their graveyard, which make me feel good, but we drew the land for Riddler. Draw 2. Perfect. Would you like to unable to scream? No, Nature's Rhythm? Okay. Duress seems fine, because we can take their card and trajectory Gene Pollinator, and then we draw 2 on upkeep with the Riddler. What a weird game. Let's pass. Oh, there's a Betrayal as well? Let's attack. They do not have blue mana, so I'm free to do whatever I want. Like, get rid of all their Harmonized cards. And play a Slasher. And now we're back down to 1 card. Riddler is a busted card. That's why I took it in game 1. Even if it was wrong. I like how we boarded. I guess I could bring in the end as well. No, I like how we boarded. Alright. Are we going to get badgered? I'm going to keep this hand. Opponent, do you have a turn 1? Like they mulligan down to 6 at least. I'll patch recruit. Ooh. I think I want to tactics you. Swing and a miss. Yeah, you got me there. Oh, they're gonna negate this card either way, so I'm not gonna gift them card. I'll take your detect, and we can pass. Shoot the sheriff. So let's kill Paw Patch now. Get it off the board. And pass, holding up. Shoot the sheriff. Here's a Riddler. So I think with Riddler on the stack, I have to kill this. Or it becomes a problem later. They do draw a card, however. It would be very easy for it to come back. There's a Slasher. Let's play our land first, and then play the Slasher. And pass. Unable to scream. And a Gene Pollinator. I'm just going to activate my land. And let's start attacking. Don't need to Betrayal just yet. We don't see a Harmonized card yet. We could find one right here, however. There it is. into a Gear Hulk. They could get a... what? Phoenix down. Ooh. Wait. Phoenix down. Oh, I need to get rid of their graveyard. Unfortunately. And they still have a Mockingbird for this Gear Hulk. Because we drew another land, so we are in trouble. Phoenix down is an interesting addition. Says, return target card with mana value 4 less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, or exile a skeleton, spirit, or zombie, which gets rid of Slasher. But now we have to grind through Gearhulk value, which is a pain in the butt. It's kind of like game 1. I could see Wizards just banning Nature's Rhythm. I could see them doing that and leaving Badger Mole. Dusk Rose, and then Goldvein Hydra. Yep, take it in for 4. So how do we get out of this? Bloodletter? It just is going to get taken by Dusk Rose? There's the Badger Mole. The badgerest of moles. So here goes our Bloodletter. And I'm feeling not so hot about where we're at. This is similar to game 1. Where now they can just play the Hydra. Swing us for 8. I will block. It has trample, but it prevents the most damage. And I think we're just dead. And we're just dead. Look at that. Should just be playing Badger decks, guys. Instead of spewing with mono black. Jesus. I don't think I drew very well there. We did draw our Annex in the game we won. No, the game we won, my opponent, I just kept them off 1 for 1 because they couldn't mana ramp into their shenanigans. Didn't really do that game 3. What goes first? We cannot keep this. Try keeping this. Throw away that card. Hope to draw a swamp. We did. Watery Grave first. I'm going to see if Tactics hits or not. Cavero. Oh, we take that card. I think this deck has a fine matchup against Badger. It doesn't have a fine matchup against what my opponent's been doing. We drew Tactics. We're going to duress you. Take Awaken. And then our other Tactics is going to take one of your Caveros. And we can pass. Bookworm. Yeah. We drew another land, so let's play our Slasher. So they can bring Harvester Misery back with Cavero. Formidable Speaker. Getting what? Bringer of the Lost Gift, yep. Then they get to throw that away. So exhausted, dude. Yeah, would you like to block? Go land drop, which they drew, and then they just get to play bringer. Look at that. Look at that, guys. And then we concede. With our main board hate. Fucking wild, man. Take some of you. Take some of you. Trail a little slow. Let's bring this in. Let's bring this in. And ship it back. Hey, look at the 2 cards I just talked about. That should be off the list. I don't think we have a bad matchup against him either, but my deck is proving me wrong yet again. We have all the answers in the world here. Let's keep it. Throw away a trajectory. Make sure we have our land drop, so we have curve of 2 into 3. Ooh, another heist. Well, I'm not going to gift you a card because we're down cards. We'll take your deceit. And pass. Your hand is very, very weak, but they can draw something here. Intimidation tactics, that whips. That's another cruel call, so let's Unholy Annex to try to get some card advantage. They found our own deceit, so now we probably have to Betrayal, right? Because they can get deceit back. Do we? What if I take Cavero? For funsies. Larb is cute. Let's just take Cavero. Always wanted to play my opponent's Cavero. There's the Glarb. So let's heist here. What did you draw? Bunch of lands. Well, let's Betrayal and get rid of Glarb. Draw a card. Do you like my new version of Cavero, guys? It's mono black. Hardcast Overlord. Whoa, buddy. Well, let's get rid of that Overlord and all the crap in your graveyard. And play a Swamp. And pass. Next turn we can Deceit, look at their hand, and then Cavero Deceit back. There's a... Okay. Ooh. Arden. That's no fun. But I want the Arden. So let's Deceit here. Take the Arden. Now I'm going to Cavero. Take their Arden. And then take Cavero. Which copies their Deceit. And draw a card. I like my opponent's Cavero deck. I will take it. Their card here is going to be a problem, though. Bringer. That's an interesting draw. Because we can Tactics take Bringer away. Get that out of here. Play a Bloodletter. And a nice deck, Cavero. That was fun. We'll do it again. I don't need a good deck. My opponent has a good deck. My girlfriend just sent me this image. I'm proud of her. She's not a Magic player. There you go. Trash card. You may look at opponent's hand. God tier card. You may look at opponent's feet. Oh, shoot. That's funny. All right. Take 3. Can we beat Cavero? And looks like it could. Let's try it. Shock in. Duress? No. You're no fun. That's a betrayal. What a good top deck. I would like to look at your hand too. We will take your deceit. And pass. Play Relmacaw. And pass. They're probably going to play their Glarb here and we can betrayal it. Where Glarb gets too annoying. So let's get rid of Glarb. Make sure I play a Swamp so I can play a Bloodletter the next turn. And pass. Formidable Speaker. Pitching Bringer, finding Cavero. Pitching Wistfulness, not the same. Overlord. Yeah. Is it Betrayal? A little late. Let's Bloodletter here. They found removal. They did. Considered my Bloodlettered. Like they can get Wistfulness, a Bookworm back, one of the two. Alright, it's a Bookworm. There's a Shoot the Sheriff? That's funny. Well, I'm gonna eat your Formidable Speaker. And your Graveyard. And hold up Shoot the Sheriff for this Bookworm. Cavero on my boy. How dare you? My boy! That's a land, unfortunately. So let's swing for 3. Play another land and pass. We have to somewhat kill them before this Overlord gets this Cavero back. Seat to look at my swamp. Resolves. You got it. Considered my thoughts been seized. And there's a Bringer? Okay. Well, let's push some damage, because we need to. Let me guess, you drew a Cavero. Let me guess, you drew a Cavero now that there's a Bringer in your graveyard. To kill both my lands. Waken. Well, can't hit my lands. Oofta. Swing, get you to 3. Pass. You gonna die to lands? Do not draw a Cavero. Please, top deck gods. Don't do this to me. Wistfulness. We did it! Oh, that deck is so painful to play against. We played Cavero Babe 2 better than they did. On to the next one. That's how I feel right now. I should get... Hold on. I'll be right back in a minute. I needed ibuprofen. I'm gonna mulligan this. Yeah, this seems alright. Let's keep it. Played any Pioneer? Yeah, we played Pioneer on our last stream. We played 3 different decks. You missed out. It will be a YouTube video later. I'll keep. Throw away one Annex. And hope. And hope and pray. Fable Passage. So we should probably play Intimidation Tactics first. Another Duress. Cute. So let's Tactics you. Oh. Dragonback Assault dot deck. Cute. But I should have played Shared Roots first. Sorry, I should have played Duress first to take their Shared Roots, but we drew another Duress. What, we just like take their hands with Duresses? And hope to draw land for this Unholy? Because I'm not doing anything else? This should be a fun matchup. There's a Bloodletter. That's unfortunate. Let's just pass. No, another land. Well, I guess we just play Deceit because we missed our land drop. And take a look. Since the last stream, no, I have not, Kame. Yesterday, I spent all day editing the booster box opening video, and that will be live on Sunday. The Deceit resolves. Show me what you got. Well, that Songcrafter Mage can go away. Fortunately, this Thunder Magic is going to be a problem. Like, I guess Songcrafter... Yeah, it doesn't matter. This Thunder Magic can kill my Bloodletter, which is a problem. Can I draw a land drop? That's a no. So, I will take your last card. Remember, we're playing 25 lands. Did they loot away something? Is it just a land left? Yep. Considered Deceited. Can I draw a land, please? Hey, we get to do something. Let's go. It's Annex time. You draw like a negate? That'd be funny. Ashling's Command. Draw some cards, make a treasure. Ooh, there's a land. My opponent has found all their lands. Let's hope they didn't find Dragonback Assault. There's a Vibrance. So you like... mid-range elemental value? Like Quarry Mountain is going to be a problem. Ill-time Explosion to draw 2 cards. Well, there's another Annex, so let's play our Bloodletter. I'm glad they threw away Ill-time Explosion. And then next turn we can play another Bloodletter. There's that Quarry Mountain we know about. And they have the Wistfulness. I am not surprised. We get a removal spell off the top, we can trajectory the other creature. So like removal 1, trajectory the other. Or just top deck another Thundra. Oh, I guess we just play Bloodletter and pass, try to set something up. Trying to dodge more elementals, I guess. You take this. If they have another Vibrance, they kill us. There's nothing we can do about it. Play another Unholy Annex here. I guess I should have made a demon, just in case. 3 steps ahead. Okay, it didn't matter. They had a 3-step. Are you kidding me? Alright. You got me, man. Let's take some ends. Let's get some Cruel Call Heist in here. Down a Duress. Down some strategics. I can shoot the Sheriff. Down a land. Maybe some Betrayals. Right, like that. I think we missed lands for too long. Like, my opponent did absolutely nothing for multiple turns, and we just kind of dirtled for a little too long. So let's try game 2, and hopefully we can do something about it. I get to go first. Let's try it. It doesn't have double black, but I have faith. Let's swamp. I was wrong. Through another deceit. I'm gonna lose so much rating for this. Are you ready? Oh, we drew a swamp. Okay, so let's slasher. And if we draw a land and they tap out, we can play Bloodletter. Wouldn't that be fun? No. I didn't have to. They knew what was coming. On to game 3. What is going on? Ah! Oh, this hand does nothing. Let's keep it. Ooh, Intimidation Tactics. That's a good rip. What's your hand? A lot of... Ooh. A lot of... Ooh. There's a Fable Passage for their second blue source, so they can play 3 steps ahead on curve. That's a pretty good top deck by them. So I think I just have to throw out this slasher. Like, I can't wait on their counter magic. There it is. There's nothing I could do about that. Ill-time explosion. So let's slasher number 2. So even if they ill-time, it still comes back. Vibrance, yep. They're gonna hit the slasher. The Sheriff, interesting. I think I want to take a look at your hand first. Take that ill-time explosion, perfect. Then let's just kill the Vibrance. Why we know they don't have counter magic. And pass. This Quarry Mountain, though, is going to be a problem. There's Shared Roots and to Shared Roots. It's a Duress. It seems fine, because for next turn. So let's just Bloodletter here. Present the combo. Quarry Mountain to find an answer. That's a Shared Roots. Sometimes you just play 2 cards and you win the game. Apparently that's all you need to do. Oh goodness. Oh goodness, guys. This is what you're following me for, right? Cheesing Magic games, I guess. I do like this version of Mono Black. What do you guys think? We're 4-3. We've lost to 2 Badgers and myself. No, we lost to... Yeah, we lost to myself in that mono green matchup. And 2 Badger decks. Note to self, you need to take the artifact creature. Kind of bullied a good deck. I'm mono black. I'm kind of cool. No one plays this. Like, at all. We'll go first. Let's keep it. You can turn 1, tactics. See what you're doing. Oh my goodness. Well, let's take your Ashling. This duress is going to do absolutely nothing here. Ooh, that's a good sign for us because they don't have double black. But just to... I'm just going to hold on to this duress. We know it does nothing yet, and maybe it'll do nothing later. We'll find out. So you have Flameburner, yeah. There's our own Deceit. I think I still want to get Unholy down. Rock that bad boy in. Get it. That's 5 mana to do something. That's a 5 mana to Vibrance. They still don't have double black. So the problem is if I have to Deceit here, right? Because if not, they just Deceit, bounce something, and then take it. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, unfortunately, I have to Deceit here, which is unfortunate. Take your Deceit, and then we can duress the bounce off at least. Unfortunately, those roaming thrones are very scary. And we're under a clock. We're at 7. Alright, let's unlock the door. Hope they didn't draw another bounce off. They did not. Thunderflock. Yeah, you got it, dude. Yeah, you got it. Well, let's Bloodletter here. Hope to find removal. We did. Okay. We're still in this. If they draw another Thunderflock, we're not in this. Let them go to combat. Alright. Let's kill your Thunderflock. I'm okay with going to 1. Never mind, I'm not okay with going to 1. I guess I should have blocked with Bloodletter. Wasn't playing that out. It is okay. I'm gonna take all these out. Take out the duresses. Trajectory seems fine here. Let's take out a Deceit. And a land. Ship it back. Yep. I don't know. Sure, I can, like... Like that previous game, I wasn't thinking about blocking because if I lose the Deem at that point, there's no coming back from the game, so I'm not going to play around that at the time. It could be a wrong play. And of course, I lost the game to another top deck Vibrance, but I get to go first this game. Let's keep it. Hopefully we can draw some lands. If not, we can 1-for-1 my opponent for a few turns. Let's take a look at your hand, please. I'm going to take your Vibrance. Another land, so I think I want to gift him a card. I want to see what's up for fun. Winter Night Stories. Kind of want to take Wistfulness, so I can cast my own Wistfulness. Or I could have taken Roaming Throne, but we have nothing that double triggers. I'm giving them Winter Night Stories, however. And that could be wrong. Maybe I should have taken Winter Night Stories knowing I would untap with it. But if I got an Unholy Annex on that draw, their Wistfulness is now gone forever. There's a Tactics. Well, let's do that. And pass. They're holding on to Bounce Off, so we probably should never play this Wistfulness. It's the Winter Night Stories. I would love to draw lands, please, or Unholy Annex. That's not it, so let's pass. Holding up the end for something. There's an Ashling. Is Ashling worth ending? Probably not. But we can Betrayal here at least, and take their Winter Night Stories with it. And hold the end for something bigger. And let's pass. A ton of mana over there. So let's animate our land. Swing in. They're holding priority. Do you have a bounce off? And let's pass. You could have the command as well. Flame Braider, yep. Oh, we have a trajectory for your Flame Braider. And let's attack. So now knowing this matchup a little more, that they did keep in Bounce Off, we now know when we Cool Claw Heist not to gift a card, because they're just going to get it back, right? There's Wistfulness. That's a tap land. And now we can get rid of it with the end. Hopefully they don't have negate, but they could have a bounce off to bounce Wistfulness. Yep, there it is. There's a Slasher. So let's play the Slasher and pass. There's the Wistfulness again. Pitching Winter Night Stories. So hard removal would be well here. If they tap Wistfulness for Winter Night Stories, we can kill them. Yeah, you're dead, right? Unless you have a bounce spell. Because this will be 5. Then you get half your life taken. Get a 1. I guess we can make a demon and pass here. Because it's Thunderflock or bust, right? There's their Thunderflock. Would you like this way, Mimi? You can do it. So let's open up the house. Play Slasher. Do they have priority? You have counter magic or bounce? Let's pass. Get them to 1 off this trigger, unless they bounce Sanctuary somehow. Is. Shouldn't this if a non-land? Oh, okay. If a non-land permanent. There's Betrayal. That's really good. Winter Night Stories. They're digging. They're definitely digging. What up, Cole? Welcome to the channel. They keep in Spell Snare. That is important to know about when we Betrayal them here. Here's a Deceit. So look at my hand. And probably bounce Annex. Yep. So we're in the spot again where they have bounce to live. Bloodletter. So let's Betrayal you. Get rid of their Winter Night Stories at least. And then we can take their Wistfulness. Attack, which they have to block. Flasher comes back. And we get a Bloodletter. Unfortunately, the Soulstone Sanctuary is summoning sick, or I could attack with it. The Vibrance, probably to kill Slasher forever. Leave the poor man alone. So they still have Quarry Mountain, which is a problem. Into an Ashling. So they're pitching in land to find an answer. Did you find it? Like Thunderflock would be pretty bad here. Well, let's find out. Go to combat. Nope. On to game 3. And bring a shoot. Take out one of those and ship it back. Run the draw this time. We can Intimidation Tactics into Deceit into Slasher. That seems pretty good. Keep it. So let's Tactics you. Let's take that card. They have spell snares, stories, bounce off, bunch of lands. Another land, so we are going to deceit you. Spell snare does nothing. Bounce off is going to be annoying. Winter Night draws them cards. So let's take that. And I think I'm just gonna unholy here. Let's get some card advantage going. Did you draw counter on your last card? No, it's just a knot. There's another deceit. Sweet. Would be really sad if my opponent top deck a way to get rid of unholy here. Flame Brighter is not it. Let's just unholy annex number 2. And get some card value. Next turn I can deceit after I look at their hand. Get some more cards here. If I play Slasher, they just bounce it with bounce off, and we're not doing anything at that point. Elemental. So you can Winter Night Stories here. Deceit. Wow. You got me. What they could do is like bounce off their own deceit. But they tap out. Alright, so we can find hand hate. I feel like we're in a good spot. If we can't find hand hate, I think we're in trouble. Because I didn't take bounce off, I took the draw spell. Roll calls heist. That seems really good. Take your bounce off. Play Swamp they know about into Slasher. And draw a card. So their hand only has an op now. Thundering Falls Surveil. Yeah. What a close game. They kept it on top. So they're going to opt to keep it on top, probably. Is it Sunderflock? It's another Ashling to loot. I don't know if I would have kept that on top. But we can be worried of the Sunderflock here, right? I think I just want a Ritual Chamber. Then we can attack. Would you like to block? I guess I should have attacked first before giving them information, and that's a mistake. We still drain them. This Ashling is probably going to flip. Just so they can flip it back next turn. As a way to, like, loot away their hand. Flame Brighter, it's not scary. It's a very good sign for us. There's a Betrayal. Alright, let's just go to combat. If something dies here, we get to Betrayal their deceit. Actually, I'm going to kill their draw spell. I think killing their draw spell is the answer. And we can just play another Slasher and keep up mana to unlock. Another option instead of playing the Slasher, it didn't matter. I was thinking like we can hold up 1 mana for like 3 mana for removal, but that was enough. Unholy Annex does it again. What a great card. On the next one. A historic metagame challenge. Ooh. I'm good. What would we play in historic to be absolute jank? What is what's best in historic right now? It's still probably Naya. Naya life gain, right? The cheese deck that I that's a card that should be banned. I'll play first. Duress, deceit, let's keep it. Let's keep it. Are you a Badger player? Let's find out. What up, not? I'm doing mono black with some lorwyn upgrades right now. I have a really bad headache, so I'm probably only going to play a couple more matches and call it an early day. Granted, I don't normally stream on this day, but we're doing okay. We're 5-3. We've lost to Badger twice and mono green because Badger is Badger. Badger does Badger things. Conan, are you here? Probably went to the bathroom. Oh, they're back. Okay, so we get swamp into Dores. Show me what you got. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm gonna take War Leader's Call. So it is Boros Mobilize, I believe it's called. There's a Bastronaut. I think I want to keep damage off the board. So let's get rid of Burnout. And then next turn we can Deceit if we don't draw anything. Drawing a land was not the best there, but the face gallery. There's another Deceit, so let's just slam Deceits. I think I can take a song. That's fine. And let's play Sanctuary so it's not summoning sick later. We're kind of eating their hand. We really need to find Ufta, Stadium Headliner, into Deface Gallery. Well, there's another Soulstone Sanctuary. So let's Deceit here, taking their song. And pass. We're going to be taking a lot of damage from this Headliner here. Painter Studio shows Headliner and Voice. It's next turn, it looks like. Yeah, we take 6. There's another land, unfortunately, so we just play the land and pass. There's another Headliner. So what they can do is after Reanimator land, they can kill it with this Headliner. Oh, they let me block. That seems really good for us. If I find removal, then we have a chance. If I don't find removal, we just die here because that's plenty of damage on board. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, 9. Activate. Yeah. All right. On to game 2. Seems fine. I feel like this should be a fine matchup for us. Bringing the volleys now because they have a lot of 1/1s in their deck. Take out a Duress, take out a Strategic, take out a Deceit, and maybe some Betrayals because it's pretty bad here. Maybe bring in Feed the Swarm as like a 2 of, and try it again. I did take some ibuprofen, so maybe the ibuprofen will kick in and I can stream for longer. I don't know. I know I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna take tomorrow off. And we have more videos. Like we have a video scheduled to come out the next 6 days on YouTube. 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So there'll be plenty of content over on the tubes at least. I'll play first. Let's keep it. We draw on our lands. This is pretty good curve. Alright, swamp, and let's tactics first. Taking their... What kind of hand did they keep? 5-lander? That's not going to work on me. So, let's duress you. Take the song, that's fine. Play our land and pass. Now, hope for a land drop. Come on, land drop. Come on, land drop. Let's go! So we can play Unholy Annex. And draw a card. We know they have Seer. So there's no point in playing out this Bloodletter just yet. So let's look at your hand. And I think I just say Song, right? Because next turn I'm committed to just playing a demon. I'll just make a demon and Seer can't hit it where that Seer hits Bloodletter. Just do that. Can you beat a 6/6? And now we start gaining life. Yeah, they kept a questionable hand, and I think I'm okay with that. And I like how we sideboarded. Throw it back. Throw it back. What goes first? I don't think we can keep this. We can keep this. I'm going to throw away land. I have a feeling that I'm going to draw land because I keep doing that. At least we can eat at their hand a little bit. Stadium Headliner, yep. See, I drew a land. Look at that. So let's tactics them. Headliner is still a problem, so let's take another Headliner. And pass. Maybe I should take Karthus here. Because these have Menace. That's a lot of power on board. If we draw our sideboard card, we can at least get rid of their board. Oh, there it is. There's the volley. So let's take their Karthus out of their hand. And hope we untap. They get in, we take 4. Take 5. Down to 13. And the Seeker's Folly. Creatures your opponent control get -1, -1. And pass. They found encampment. That's scary. So let's play a Slasher here. It could die to Seer. They're holding priority, so it might be a burn spell. Iron Claw, yep. Another land, perfect. So let's combat. Would you like to block? Take half your life to 7. And let's make a demon. Now they have Seer. I'm surprised they held on to it. I guess they're worried about our demon. Not this demon, but the 4-drop demon. But right now they are dead on board. Ooh, Requisition Weird was a good draw. Let's animate this land and attack. Yeah, that's good enough. That felt like a really good game 3. They ran over us in game 1, though. On the next one. I don't know about you, but these borders are so ugly. I'm back. Look at these borders. I think they look terrible. I wonder what they look like in paper, if they actually exist in paper, but I thought those borders look trash. Ew, like a terrible cash grab, right? Jeskai plot deck. Why don't you throw it in the Discord and I can look at piloting your deck on like Monday or something. Make you come back, but we like brews and fun stuff and non-meta decks. We're playing against Teferi himself. Uh-oh. Well, let's keep this. There's a lot more people on YouTube. For some reason, a lot of the viewers are on YouTube, not on Twitch lately. Well, that's where all the chatter is. Let's play Swamp and Tactics. Is the Gandalf player playing Gandalf? No, he's playing Excruciator. So he's going to turn 1, play Intimidation, taking our Bloodletter, which is unfortunate. The rest seems fine. What did you draw? Nothing. So we're going to take your Adverse, and you can have your Hexes. They don't do much in this matchup. And let's pass. Hoping to draw Annex yet again. That's on Annex. We pass. There's an Annex. Let's get some card advantage going. There's a Betrayal. My opponent has not missed his land drops, which is a bad sign for us. Pass. It's probably not a good matchup for us because they just play their demon now. These hexes kill the demon, so there's no point in playing it. We can just keep getting card advantage. Alright. We're going to keep passing. Get rid of Trajectory. This Annex is going to kill us, which is funny. There's a land. We're down to 10. Throw away a Swamp. Impasse. Fortunately, they're gonna hex this, and there's nothing we can do. But it's better like now than I guess on the demon. Like there's a Slasher. Let's play a Slasher. And pass. We're at 8. Arch Enemy Charm. Whoa. Usually that deck plays only one of, so that's a good top deck. Ooh, there's another Annex. I guess we just like start throwing out some demons, right? See if they let me go to end step. They do not. All right, we go to 6. These annexes are gonna kill me. Quite the problem we have. Well, let's make another demon. And play Slasher. And pass. They probably have a ton of removal in their hand, right? They haven't played any looting effects. Yeah, there's another Hex. You got me. We're down to 4. Where is our demons? Where are our demons? Holy crap, where's my demon? Yeah, your deceit can see my hand of craziness. Alright, we'll play another Slasher. And pass. Oh my goodness. Throw away another trajectory. I guess I could have also Betrayal there because they can get Cavero back with this deceit. Yeah, you're just bouncing it now. There's a demon, at least. Let's play a demon. And let's play Ritual Chamber. So now we have 2 demons out. You have 2 points of removal. There's a Hex, which is their 4th one. Sure, man. We'll go to game 2. You got me. We're going to take those out, bring in the Follies. Bring in the Ends, bring the Cool Call Heist. Sheriffs are fine. Do I need the End? This seems like a bad matchup for that. I got it. Betrayal. Got a Tactics. Gonna land and ship it back. That's kind of how my games have been today. My opponent just passed for 10 turns and had every piece of removal that mattered. To be fair, that's the first time that happened, and it's kind of funny. But very unfortunate of our draws, because we drew all of our removal, and they didn't play a single creature that mattered. So, I'll go first. I will keep this hand. It's greedy, but it's fine. If I lose because of this hand, so be it. But show me your hand. It is a demon deck. Cool. Well, didn't draw a land, so our greed will probably get us here. But that's okay. They play a Deceit. They should take my Cruel Call Heist here. There it is. And we drew a land, which is nice because now we get to Betrayal them and get rid of their graveyard. So then they can't deadly cover up or Cavero us soon. Would have loved to take Winter Night Stories, but maybe it was better than taking Triumph in hindsight. Maybe, maybe not. Threw away Demon. Okay, well, they probably have removal for this, but you have to prove it to me. Eats to look at my hand. Oh, I will attack you. Get a trigger. So if they play Cavero here, it's worst case scenario. They could deadly cover up as well to take Slasher, and there's just like nothing I could have done about that. Except take Deadly Cover Up earlier over a Bitter Triumph. Got it, man. Drew Bloodletter, at least. Maybe the Bloodletter lives. It probably doesn't. Riddler. I'm surprised you brought that in. Well, I guess I am a lot of black removal. It makes sense. Now they can Winter Knight on Riddler. Seems good. And now we're just losing the card advantage because we didn't draw an Holy Annex. Which is always the problem with mono black. Threw away Cavero. Interesting. There's another Shoot the Sheriff. Well, we'll attack and pass. I could see Cavero coming in. Nope. They just hard cast. Or a hard cast Deceit there. I could see both of it, but they probably just didn't find removal, which is really weird, but I will take that. Bring in Intimidation Tactics again. Maybe Seeker Volley is a little cheeky. We'll keep 2 in. 2 in for fun. I've been wanting to play this against control, so. One goes first. Well, we have Deceit and a Seeker. We can try it. We drew a land. They'd play a land. Are we going to get Deceited here? No, just Riddler. Just Riddler. Just one of the most expensive cards in Standard. Well, we drew another land, so let's Deceit you. Bunch of adverse. Bunch of removal. Let's take an adverse. Like, if they kill our Slasher, it is what it is. Either way, they're drawing 3 cards. They threw away 2 lands. It's good. Good for them. So let's play a Slasher here. Fortunately, they had all their goody card draw. Not much I could do about that. So there's a land. Into Cavero on my Deceit. Yeah, man, you got it. And they took away the hand hate. That's funny. So let's take a look at your hand. Lot of goodies. So let's remove your Cavero off the board in your graveyard. And swing in. Trigger. Shock up, yep. So if they don't find an untapped land here, then this Sanctuary plus Slasher is going to be pretty good. Crazy game. There's a tap land. Okay. Let's play this Sanctuary because it has doesn't have Summoning Sick. And trigger, get you to 2. The Wrath does not do it here because we have another Soulstone Sanctuary that we can animate. Deceit to bounce Slasher, yeah. And then removal on Sanctuary. So if they kept in Hex, they're still in this game. So let's play our land, animate the land, swing in. Oh, goodness. What a crazy set that was. That was wild. GG opponent. GG opponent. My headache is not going away, unfortunately. So, I'm gonna show you a couple statistics here. I'll just do a wrap up now because lazy, whatever. So we went 7-3. I'm gonna show you this. So we went 7-3, but the problem is on the draw we had a 43% win rate, and I wonder why being on the draw was that problematic. We lost against mono green and 2 Badger decks, which is par for the course. Mono black has a problem with Badger because they're just overwhelming advantage is really hard because we're trying to hand hate 1-for-1. And then additionally, I felt there was issues with Unholy Annex. If we didn't draw it, we didn't get any card advantage. But besides that, I think I really like these upgrades. Yeah, we're not playing Hex, but many of our matchups, this trajectory not only kills whatever Hex does most of the time, but in addition, often we killed one other creature or one of our creatures died, and we would kill a bigger creature with a lot of upside. Like Hex is really nice with the life gain, but trajectory feels really good now. And going in a more mid-range package, and our win con is just Slasher, Bloodletter, Annex, and Deceit. Deceit's more like to hand hate than anything, rather than the lower to the ground version that we had before for this meta. It could be wrong, it could be right. I don't know. I thought this deck was fantastic. The sideboard, maybe the Seeker's Folly, we can go down. It's cute. I didn't play against Jeskai Control, unfortunately, but I'd love to bring it in against it. It felt great against the Boros Mobilized deck. And maybe go down, maybe as Feed the Swarm or something for a couple other cards. But besides that, this deck feels great. I like the upgrades of lorwyn. I like being more mid-range for mono black than cards like Cecil and trying to hand hate my opponent out of the game. Maybe there'll be more card draw in the future and this can get more upgrades, but I do like this better than other versions. So that's it for me today. I hope you enjoyed watching, and yeah, and as always, I hope you guys have a good day, and I'll see you next time. Take care. And I will be back on take care. Yeah. Take care. And I will be back on Monday at noon Pacific. I'm going to take tomorrow off. I've been streaming the last 13 of 14 days. Right? But anyways, thanks for hanging out. Not welcome to the channel. Hope you have a good time and enjoy your Sunday. If you guys like Super Bowl, good luck. If not, bannings are also on Monday. Let's see what gets banned at 10 o'clock PST on Monday. We'll probably play decks that aren't banned.